Hello, Internet. You know what it is. It's Deck Tech Day, and we've got a hot list for you for today, and then we will be discussing the commander changes, the commander new philosophies, and probably building some decks for the show. Our very first list for today is a Kamari Valiant Guardian list submitted by Targ. So this is a green and a blue for a 3/3 with Vigilance. And then at beginning of combat on your turn, you can put a counter on Kamari and tap an opponent's creature. Kamari then becomes a copy of that creature, but keeps its name and has Vigilance and the copy ability. So every combat, Kamari goes, tap that, I'm a copy of it, I can change next turn if I want. Now, you'll notice below me, here we go, below me, there are only 96 cards in the deck because Targ is looking to fill up those final slots in this clones build of Kamari. So let's go over the deck list, and then I'll tell you my suggestions for what we could do with this. What was I doing here? We need give me grid. Yeah. We have 23 creatures. Many of them are clones. Bird clone, scary clone, land clone, anything clone, fast clone, broken clone, artifact clone, graveyard clone, make more clone. Many clones. We also have some light counter synergy since Kamari puts a counter on itself. Dust Shell Crawler to give stuff trample, Gyre Sage to give us big mana. We can draw cards. We can proliferate. We can make our stuff unblockable. More proliferate. More unblockable. Many counters. Actually, I really like this art for this Forgotten Ancient. I gotta bring one to the next event that I'm with Andrew Marr at. As my head's in the way, but that he is the artist. I had some drinks with him at a Magic event one time. Cool guy, excellent artist. Signed my Imposter Mech, which is a clone. Maybe we should be playing it here. I don't know. The Will Breaker here is very cute since Kamari does target a creature, but the rest of it just let's talk about this interaction here. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a counter on Kamari and tap target creature and opponent controls. Then you may have Kamari become a copy of it. This is all one ability. So if we have Willbreaker on board, Kamari targets a creature. Willbreaker trigger on the stack above it. You gain control of the creature. Then Kamari tries to resolve and has an illegal target. Tap target creature and opponent controls. We now, the creature, they don't control it anymore. So just a heads up, this card is still very good because you will have a bunch of free ways to steal stuff, but it does mean that your Kamari ability fizzles. And to be clear, I still think you run this card here because it gets your combat. You've made a bunch of clones, and it just goes great. Steal all of those, and your Kamaris are most likely already copies of things. It is just a thing to be aware of. That is how that interaction would work. On the top end here, we have Prime Speaker Zagana to draw us a bunch of cards, and Sin Unending Cataclysm for the Final Fantasy flavor. And also, we will have some counters on all of our stuff, so it does eat all of those and become big. Sorceries. Sin, yes, Sin does eat all counters. Ramp, ramp, ramp. And then I do like the selections here. I think my very first note is Rally. This is a card that I don't see played quite nearly enough. I think it is a very strong copy card since it has Conspire. I think 1,000,000 years ago, I made a video on this when it was first spoiled, because for 4 mana, that's 2 copies. Yes, you have to Conspire it. I think having 2 creatures on board that are green and or blue is pretty easy to do. So that's it's also nice because you can target 2 different things. Because sometimes for spells like this and like Irenicus, someone can respond by removing your target, and then the whole thing fizzles. This at least has a little protection from that because you can target multiple things. But yeah, card's great. Wave goodbye to return everything except for our Kamaris. And then the Quantum Misalignment and Irenicus are very important here. Because Kamari, when it copies a thing, it keeps its own name. And if the thing that you've copied is legendary, then you have to find ways around that. And this is Commander in 2025. Everything is legendary. Everything is legendary. If you copy something that isn't legendary, even though its name is Kamari, that's okay. You can have a billion Kamaris that are non-legendary, totally fine. But a lot of things you'll want to copy are legendary. So making a non-legendary copy of Kamari, or whatever Kamari is super relevant, because then you can start cloning that thing with whatever else that you want. We have a nice suite of interaction, removal, artifact enchantment removal, counter spells, stubborn denial here. Love it. This is a card more people should be playing because it's funny. Also, if you consistently have a ferocious creature on board, like, this is just good. Double major, also a nice way to make a non-legendary copy of Kamari. Some protection, some more interaction, more copy, great. Artifacts. Mirror Gallery, Mirror Box, again to break legend rule. We have a little bit of ramp here. And then Ozolith for counter stuff, and Conformer Shuriken. When this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. If that creature has greater power than this creature, put counters on it equal to the difference. We are building a vigilant army of copies, and so being able, they don't have other evasion though, unless it is from the source that we've copied. So it's important to be able to get our stuff through. We have another way to get things through. Simic Ascendancy wins games. Some more counter synergy. And then more copy. Our land base is pretty straightforward, but we do have flash creatures in. Put shield counters on our stuff, or a shield counter. And yeah. All right. So I'll give you some suggestions. I'll give you some suggestions, and then I'll even go a little bit farther on some of this. So we have a lot of clones, and we have ways to break the legend rule, which is a very relevant thing in this deck. Seems though we're missing the one guy that does both of those things. Now, Takashima comes with a little bit of a price tag, but if this does seem kind of made for this deck, is a clone, and breaks legend rule. Move that to the sideboard. A new one, Chameleon Master of Disguise, also clone, but keeps its name. So I think this is how this works. And so this suggestion may not be as good as I initially thought, but so here's what's weird. If you so you have Kamari out, maybe it's copying something, maybe it's not, doesn't matter. The name of the card is Kamari, because even when it does the copy, then it makes its own name Kamari. Chameleon enters as a copy, makes its name Chameleon. But this ability says you may have Kamari become a copy of that creature, except its name is Kamari Valiant Guardian, and it has vigilance and this ability. Now, oftentimes, when a card has its own name on it, it just means this card. But that is not the case in this ability. Let me see if I can find yeah, like for instance, Sakura Tribe Elder says, sacrifice Sakura Tribe Elder, search your library for basic land, blah, 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 blah. Really, this text means sacrifice this card. So if you were to use something to steal the ability of Sakura Tribe Elder, it doesn't matter that it says sacrifice Sakura Tribe Elder. Even if the thing's name is something different, it just means sacrifice this card. But this is an exception. This sets its name to a particular thing. The particular thing is this card's own name, but it is not. It is not set this card like, except this name is this card. It sets it specifically to Kamari Valiant Guardian, and I believe that if you were to play Chameleon, copy Kamari. Or whatever Kamari is currently, as soon as it hits combat, it changes its name back to Kamari, which is not the most helpful. Yeah, Oak, you were talking about the one from Ether Drift. I don't remember what it's called. Waxen Shape Thief. Yeah, this card's cool. Yeah, Waxen Shape Thief. Now, I like the choices that are here, because we don't necessarily need to be playing clones on opponents' turns. I would rather have the utility that is available in them. Like, because also for the most part, we want to be able to copy Kamari. So the doppelganger may actually be like a cut here. But yes, so those were two specific. And the last clone. I love this card. I love everything about this card. This card is broken. No, it's pretty fair, but it does a lot of stuff. Auton Soldier, a clone that breaks the legend rule, and then creates. It has myriad, so it creates copies of itself when you swing. Yeah, this. Yeah, six mana for this I think is pretty fair. Deceptive Frostkite was one I was thinking of too. It's very cute. I think if I'm running a 2-mana clone in this, though, I'm probably running something else. You felt like you needed card draw in this? At least when I was goldfishing this, it didn't feel that way. And you always have the option to just clone somebody's thing that draws cards. But I can see if I find any thoughts for that. All right, so moving. Yes, this is right. This is the only card in the game with it spelled as impostor and not imposter. This seems pretty great. This seems pretty great for this deck. Makes non-legendary copies. Cares about when you deal combat damage to central pieces of this deck. I think you land this, and this goes pretty crazy. Also, the card's cool. Although you are required, if you play this card, to play the one with Spider-Man's butt fully in the art. Because they only give him one cheek in the regular one. Gotta be the widescreen so you get the full butt. I like 3 steps ahead here. Just a lot of good options here. A little bit of card draw that you were looking for. Countering a spell is always good. And makes a token copy. It's everything you've ever wanted. Like, the copy is even on rate. It's 4 mana. Ideal. And then my final copy suggestion. We got copies everywhere. Sneak one in the mana base. Lijar Mirror Lake. It makes blue mana, and for 5, you can make a token copy of something. I mean, like, I think you get it wherever you can. That's pretty free to include here. For a crisp quarter and a dime. It also it felt like this deck did need a little bit more protection, because we are building up a board mostly on our own turn. We don't have a lot of instant speed things, and even our clone that is not particularly useful for our game plan of copying Kamari. And that's okay. I don't think this deck needs to be playing at instant speed very much. But the only ways that you stop a board wipe, you really only have like 1, 2, 3. You can count Sink into Stupor, but it's just gonna happen again. So I think this is an easy deck for Ripples of Potential, being able to 4 with the 3 steps ahead, yeah. To proliferate and phase all of your stuff out, since we're always going to have counters on our things. And it means that they come back a little stronger. And or Mutational Advantage. Permanents you control with counters on them gain hexproof and indestructible, and you prevent all damage that would be dealt to those permanents this turn. It doesn't matter that much because they're indestructible. Also proliferate. So either one of these, or both. Because the other thing that these do that the counter spells don't do is help to give you a little bit more insurance against like a big attack or something. Because sometimes players are just like, well, the clones, they're getting out of hand. We're all just gonna have to kind of throw stuff at them. And Ripples, you can block and then phase your stuff out. Mutational Advantage, you can block and then give them indestructible. You can't counterspell some of those sorts of problems. All right. So we were looking for 4 cards to add to this deck. I suggested 8. So I'm going to also point out a couple cards that I would cut from this deck. 1, Divert Disaster. This is a very uninspiring counterspell. I don't think we want to be counterspelling early, and it does not do anything useful late. Because it is then a 4-mana ramp. This is, I think, certainly the thing I would swap out for like the 3 steps ahead. Return to Nature, I think, is a totally fine card. And people, I think people underrate it. It does a lot of things that are relevant. However, there's a strictly better version. Heritage Reclamation does everything that it does, except it also draws a card if you hit a card in a graveyard. Like, this is just better on straight up. Strictly better. So yeah, Heritage Reclamation, destroy an artifact, destroy an enchantment, or exile a card from a graveyard and draw a card. Return to Nature, destroy an artifact, destroy an enchantment, exile a card from a graveyard, no card draw. So you can, everybody should upgrade your Return to Natures with Heritage Reclamations. Oh, yeah. This Aqueous form, I don't think we need this. Our main game plan is tapping our opponent's creatures out. And we don't have a ton, even if you add the other spells here, we don't have a ton to protect our own creatures. So I think that card is often going to be, we get in for 1 attack of like 4 damage, and then somebody blows it up. I just don't think that this kind of effect is super necessary here. We just use our stuff to tap their blockers. All right, and here's my controversial one. I would cut the Ozolith in this deck. Sure, the card is generically strong if you're doing any sort of counter stuff. but we're not doing that much counter stuff. Outside of like 3 cards, Forgotten Ancient, Prime Speaker Zagana, that's about it. Like maybe Tromel. We aren't making big like chunks of counters, and that is where the Ozolith is most effective. I am not worried about this effect in this deck. Also, the Ozolith, I feel like, has a little bit of a reputation. Like, if you play Ozolith on turn 1, then people are like, oh my god, all right, we're really going to have to deal with this player. And I think that is not what this deck wants. I think it will take more heat for playing the card than it will get benefit from what it does. All right. Yeah. Oh, and then my last cut is Mocking Doppelganger. I think you sub this out for one of the other clones like Sakashima, because it can only target an opponent's thing. The goad is nice, but it's not the biggest problem, people swinging their stuff at us, because all of our creatures, or like, you know, Kamari and any Kamari clones all have vigilance, so we should have blockers. So that's 4 in, or that's 8 in, 4 out to bring us to a clean 100. Yeah. Why is it saying 9? Oh, because of Heritage Reclamation. Yeah. So, any other thoughts or things like that? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add these in. Or, you know, I'll add. I'm gonna leave them in the sideboard so it's so that it's easy to identify them. But I'm gonna run one play test on this. So we go Lajara, Mirror Lake. 3 steps. Heritage, Ripples, 2 P's and Ripples. Rotational Advantage. Chameleon Master Disguise. Sakashima, if I could spell. Auton Soldier and Imposter. All right. Let's run a little play test. Feel like this is where I spend a majority of my life. The Moxfield playtester. All right. We will not take that hand. A little dangerous. We need that second land there. I don't know anything about Kamari, the character. Can you all tell me, like, about Kamari? As based on the ability, I would agree. Definitely one of the coolest Final Fantasy characters, but I just don't know anything about it. This hand is interesting. I'm gonna remove the Soul Ring because we know that a deck will work if it has Soul Ring. It's a little slow. Don't have a turn 2 play. Spoilers, general description. You can give me either. I don't even know what game he is from. Like which fufa. Fufa. Yeah, it'll be a million years before I get to play that game. I don't know. I think I would keep this because of the hedge maze. So we draw hedge maze. Look at this card. Beautiful. Leave that on top. Go to turn 2 and draw it. Never didn't have it. Never didn't have it. We go Circular Tribe Elder. We'll sacrifice that. All right. Turn 3. Turn 3. How about a Diamond City? So turn 3, depending on the board, we could play Kimari. Get that rolling. We could play like Tremel in a hold up interaction, but I think we're probably safe with this here. But it gives you options. Like if you wanted to, you could also delay this by a turn to be able to hold up offer. But I am a believer in play your low or mid cost commander on curve. So here is our turn 4. And I think this is looking great. This is looking great. Now we can drop Tremel if we wanted. If we want to get real spicy, we go Tremel double major. But really, we probably just go play Tremel, do some Kamari stuff, hold up interaction. Beautiful. Beautiful. Do one more. Let's see. John, part of a race that is deeply religious, has a skill called Lancet. He steals special attacks. That's sick. I love those kinds of characters in games where you you're like trying to build their repertoire based on like other actions, like stealing abilities from characters or like doing specific things. All right, let's try this hand. Draw. Turn 1. Here's our Mirror Lake. Turn 2. Rejuvenating Springs into our Sakura Tribe Elder. Sacrifice. We need like a forest. Yeah. No. Forest. Close and shuffle. Turn 3. Of our Hinterland Harbor. Kamari, draw, land. So now we can Sakashima, copy Kamari if we wanted. We could slow roll a little bit, play Silent Hall Creeper, hold up Ripples of Potential if we think there's some funny business happening. This seems great. Lilu. Yes, all you do is you go to the link in the corner there. I should be able to put the command in the chat as well. And there should be something there for you. Let me make sure that that's actually like updated for today. Oh, yeah, I just got to update this a little bit. All right, yeah, that's it should be all set up. But yeah, you just go to the link and you go to the shop and it should be there. Let's see, Rob, it's Messenger for Aron. Cool. Oh, you Bane Lord of Darkness, yeah. This card just seems pretty sick. Clone decks are harder to goldfish. I mean, true, yeah. But for me, I will usually do for any deck goldfish through turn 5, um, because it's hard. It is harder to predict with stuff like this, or like we saw last week, a deck that was entirely dependent on our opponent's actions. But you want to know that the balance is good. Um, so like make assumptions that you always have a very mid option for what your opponent's doing. But that we saw, like, mana was smooth. We had options on what we wanted to play at different points. We were able to get Kamari on the board early if we wanted to, and I think that is what is really relevant for those play tests. All right, I'm gonna take a moment. I think it's more bagel time. Also, I gotta check because we got a busy day, so I'm just making sure I'm on top of everything. Does Kamari's clone ability being temporary change what happens if you clone him as a clone? No, because Kamari's clone ability is not temporary. Let me get my head out of the way. Um, it just simply becomes a copy of whatever you targeted, but keeps its own ability, so it can change into something else if you want it to. All right. Well, while we're just chilling here for a moment, let's talk. We're going to discuss this a little bit, but this is the hot goss. There's some cool Commander format panel people. So oh, did I think I need to check. Yeah. Ta-da. All right. So changes to the brackets. Oh, do tell, Targ. Oh, some people were salty about including the photo. Yeah, that is the Wristler. Oh my god. All right, well we have to ban it now, right? Oh my god. That's damn, that's so good. Okay. So it's been 9 months of the brackets system existing. I agree that they have been a useful tool to help to balance games. But as always, it is simply a tool to help to balance games. A lot of people are like, I had one game that was not good, and therefore bracket system bad, does not work. And it's like, that's not, it is not a full, it's not a foolproof system because that would be impossible. Very, very impossible for this for it to work that way. It just can't be done. This is something that helps, and I agree that it helps. As someone that has used them since they started, and has a lot of experience in doing my own thing for helping to balance the game before that, I was like, great, this is doing the job. I really like that. I think the biggest issue with them initially they addressed first. Focus on intent. It's that's always been Commander as a whole, is what your intent was for each game. Because everybody had a different idea of what power numbers were. Everybody had a different idea of what they wanted their Commander games to be like. But it was always an intent, and the first iteration did not do a great job of communicating that, and I think this new one definitely does. That they are a set of expectations. They're not hard and fast rules, but expectations to help you to better define your decks for quick matchmaking. Yeah, early game combos, few tutors. Yes, that was ambiguous. This threw me a little bit. Our goal is certainly not to have an equal number of people in each bracket, yes, but some of how we directed people squished too many people into upgraded or bracket 3. I did not feel this at all. But, they have a lot more data that they're going off of, the entire experience of the format panel and people that they've talked to. This did not feel this way to me. I think maybe the one thing that would direct people to bracket 3 was defining bracket 2 as pre-con level, and people don't like people have this misconception that it's like, oh, pre-con level, my deck's not bad, so it's not pre-con level. It's like, nah, sorry Kevin, your deck is worse than the deck designed by the Wizards of the Coast. It just has a Rhystic Study in it. which is bracket 3 anyway, that the majority of people's decks are bracket 2 with some game changers in them. As someone that spends a lot of time building and assessing decks, the majority of people are bracket 2. And I think also a big contributing factor to people thinking that they are bracket 3 or not wanting to be bracket 2 is they're like, okay, but like this deck is capable of doing this thing. And I'm like, yeah, man, with these specific 4 cards and the rest of it is garbage. Two is where most people realistically are, and 2 is a great place to be. Yes, and then update to the game changers list, update to philosophy, cool. So one of the big things that they changed was setting a turn expectation for each bracket. I should find Rachel Weeks's thing. This is what I want. No, not open link. So I can get out of this junk. There we go. Okay. I am again blocking it, but you can see. Oh, this is the old one. This is the old one. I need the new one. Come on. Update. Image update. Hey, there we go. We've done it. Okay. In the article, oh yeah, there's probably a link to it. Here we go. So, bracket 1, play at least 9 turns before anyone wins or loses. Bracket 2 is 8 turns. Bracket 3 is 6 turns. Bracket 4 is 4 turns. Bracket 5 is any number of turns. And this is another point of like Magic players aren't good at reading. These are expectations. These are not requirements. It's not, oh no, but you know, my aggro deck is automatically bracket 4 because it could kill somebody on turn 4. No. The expectation is that you will play about that many turns before anybody wins or loses. Sure, if nobody touches you at all, then you could kill one player, but that's probably not the move you want to make, and that is a specific thing. If your deck always kills somebody by turn 4, then yes, move it up the bracket system. But everybody's like, well, my deck is capable of, with the perfect thing, doing this, therefore it must be CEDH. Wow, system doesn't work. Like, no, you're just an idiot. Like, Gumdra, when I join Wizards, will I unban Hull Reacher? Yes, I will. I promise. When I join Wizards, if you all did not know already, I did not get the job. I got very close, but I did not get the job for the design team, and I don't think that I would have taken it. It's hard to say because I didn't get the offer. So, um, but it would have meant a lot of very big changes. I could not do this here with all of you. You know, I can't do content aside from being a guest here and there. Um, and I don't know that that is really what I wanted. Like the game show that we're filming, start like that starts production in January, would die. It would be gone. Um, or you know, like hopefully like uh you know, Nerd Girl and Airball would pick it up, but like that certainly was like, you know, kind of my baby, and it would not be yeah, no shorts, nothing like that. I mean, like I could do it. I could do it. But I would have to do it I would have to do it for free and in a very wizard safe kind of way. Um, and I don't necessarily I don't know how Gavin does it. Honestly, I don't know how he is one of the lead designers at Wizards, travels like every other week, and produces videos. Like his is super wizard safe because he just is like, hey, here's a card. Oh, I have a story about this card. I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do that. I don't have a story for every card. I have a way that you can break this card. I can tell you why it is a design mistake or a design success, but that is not the kind of thing that you can do if you're working for Wizards. So yes, I will not be going there. I will not be going there. I will stay here with all of you, which I think is the right place for everybody. Yes. Also, like, yeah, there is no there's no such thing as big paychecks from Wizards. Like that is not a thing. I I cannot go into any specifics, but people work there because they love the game, and they you know, that is the driving factor for working for Wizards. Including the leadership roles. But speaking of, I don't have to worry about any of that. Um, okay. Yeah, I think actually it's just staying on the graphic is a lot easier. So, um, some basic changes for bracket one. They much better defined, like, because I think this is actually the bracket that I had the biggest problem with getting games that were accurately this bracket, because most players don't play this bracket at all. This is definitely the least played bracket, and people and even players that thought they were playing it were just like, "Oh, this deck is bad." I'm like, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. They're just like, "Oh no, but the deck's bad." I'm like, that's it is probably the most different of all of the brackets, because you are you are it's an experience. It's even less of a game. So you're more like, hey, look what I made, ha ha ha, like, isn't this cool that I built with, you know, only I don't know, only cards that have misprints on them, or I, you know, I did some, I don't know, whatever. It's This does a much better job of communicating that it is not, bracket one is not bad deck. Bracket one is theme or weird concept over functionality over winning the game. Birds with hands. Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And that often requires you to play really bad cards, but it does not mean that bracket 1 is just simply decks are bad. You can have a good you can have a good bracket 1 deck if that thing is still prioritizing theme. And you should not be looking for as much balance in bracket 1. You are just looking to have a good time uh, showing off what you've done. And that this is exactly this is a much better idea. I I think that the turn requirement is even less necessary here, but it is good to have something there so that each bracket has the turn expectation. Um, they talked about also removing the few tutors from brackets 1 and 2, which I think is a good idea. Um, Players that don't want to run tutors will not run tutors. Players that want to run tutors to find specific pet cards or build arounds, I think should be able to do those things. And then you just put the tutors that are particularly powerful on the game changer list, and that is now what they've done. Great, beautiful way to do it. Um, okay, so bracket 2, um very good that they removed the pre-con level from it. We've talked about that already. This is like, it's like, hey, synergistic, but you know, some suboptimal card choices because they are fun or interesting or different. Great. That's and like I said, this is my home base. This is where I live. Um, win conditions are disruptible. So like, I think this is a little harder to define because you know, sure, something like I have to deal combat damage to you is pretty telegraphed, pretty disruptible, clearly bracket 2. Aristocrats, that to me, like, to me is certainly a bracket 3 and up strategy, but it's not quite clear on like how because like it's incremental, right? You're probably draining out the table with something like Zulaport Cutthroat. Um, it's sort of telegraphed, like you're not aristocrating like at instant speed very often, or at least like you're not putting new things onto the board at instant speed. And disruptible, I think is the main thing. Like, it's hard to disrupt aristocrats because it's like, oh, I'll target thing. All right, I'll just sacrifice in response. Kind of thing. Like, sure, I think anything can be built fair in bracket 2, but I think you have to work really hard to do it. So yeah, but I do think this at least makes it clear that like I don't know, like Approach of the Second Sun is not an ideal bracket 2 card because the only way to disrupt that is with a counter spell. Uh, and you know, that's only one color. Uh, Now that's not to say that you can't put Approach the Second Sun in your bracket 2 deck, but if that is like the main win con for it, then you should consider a little bit on that kind of thing. Labman in bracket 2. That's I think okay, so it depends again on how you are lab manning. Because yeah, it usually the way that Labman is not super interactable is if you play it and then already have a combo to draw your whole deck or mill your whole deck or something like that. And this you can't do 2-card combos in bracket 2. So if your deck is like, I am manually milling myself out in like 5-card chunks or something, then that is totally bracket 2 because the Labman has to be on the board, is susceptible to any removal, in response, and you are not doing some sort of infinite or something to mill yourself out. But yeah, if you're putting together a combo or something, bump it up. I actually built a bracket 1 deck. I have built some bracket 1 decks. I won't there won't be many spoilers, but we have an upcoming episode very soon where the entire table is bracket 1. And it is beautiful. It is a great game. I cannot wait for you all to see it. But yeah, it's a full table of bracket 1. Kling, I low pressure, proactive, and considerate. I think if your deck was Baral, Oops, all counterspells, that is not considerate. If your deck has some counterspells to stop people from winning or to protect the thing you're doing, that is that is pretty okay. Yeah, I wonder. So you should bring your it's like some of your 60 card decks and claim that they are bracket 1 commander decks because the legality of your deck is subject to flexibility in bracket 1. Like you could show up and be like, "Hey, this is my bracket 1 Battle of Wits commander deck." And people and that is an acceptable thing for bracket 1 because we're saying, oh, okay, we'll bend the rules for you to have more cards. But you're like, yeah, okay, I've brought my bracket 1 commander deck. It's only 60 cards and I can have up to 4 copies of the same card. And there's no commander. Oh. Yeah, Oh, actually, you know what? The upcoming episode with the bracket 1 decks is actually I believe 3 bracket 1 decks and 1 bracket 2 deck, but it makes sense. It makes sense within the context of what we're doing. But you all will see. You all will see why. Um, Okay. Bracket 3. Bracket 3. So what was the change here? I think the only change to bracket 3 was the turn expectation. And so it's a player should expect 6 turns before somebody loses. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Um, because again, this is just an expectation. It doesn't mean that you cannot kill somebody before turn 6. It means that that is not a common thing to happen. They tightened up the combo expectations. Oh, right, because I pointed this out in the video I made, right? That it says no 2-card combos before turn 6, because what the previous one said, no early game combos, right? I yeah, no early game combos. I don't know. I think that's still like that's still vague. Is it like no 2-card combos that could possibly happen before turn 6? Or you just cannot play those combos before turn 6? Like I, it's a hard thing to define. Let's be fair. But I did not feel that that update made a meaningful change. If anything, I feel like it makes it more confusing on what that means. But I think the turn expectation is very important, because bracket 3 was also, since a lot of people were playing in bracket 3, a lot of players did not quite know, like, that definitely didn't know that thing. They're like, oh, I built like this was, I think, one of the most commonly, like, oh, I built a deck within the confines of bracket 3, but it is not of a bracket 3 mindset, but there was no way to point that out. Where it's like, oh, but I only have 3 game changers. It's like, yeah, but the number of powerful cards and synergy pieces that are available means that your deck is able to win really quickly. Even though it's not a combo, or even though it wasn't like a 2-card combo or something, and there was not a good way to like say, hey, like, I think you're wrong about your deck assignment here, and this makes it much more clear. I think 6 turns is a good marker for that. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit too, that like bracket 4 is my least favorite of these definitions. This one is just too broad. Too broad. If you can make an optimized deck with, infinite game changers, there is so much difference between that and 3 game changers upgraded deck. There is most certainly a category that should be in between there. That, though, of course, is hard to justify, because five clean brackets is a nice way for this to be palatable. Hi, Christmas. And like at a certain point, you do need to stop. I don't know. I actually I do know. Like I said, that I think that uh, optimized should be bracket 5. That should include all optimized decks and CEDH. Um, with a footnote that CEDH is also its own thing, and that you should understand that those decks are using meta, like tournament meta knowledge to influence their building. And then bracket 4 should be a something in between upgraded and optimized. And it's also funny because yeah, the distinction between 4 and 5 is very tough for anybody that doesn't play, because people that don't play CEDH are just like, oh well, then they just play the most powerful deck that they can make, right? It's like, no, they will only play decks that they believe could win a tournament of all other decks that are doing that kind of thing. And so that eliminates like a lot of commanders outright. But then also the metagame does shift. There are new brews that people did not expect to perform well that do well. I think Slicer is a good example of one that people I don't think anybody would have been like before it performed well. I don't think anybody would have been like, oh yeah, that's a CEDH deck. So then how do you draw that line? I think that's another reason why it doesn't make a good defined bracket itself. Also, does this hurt anybody else's brain? Why is this? That didn't help at all. Why is this the only arrow that goes the other way? Why don't they all go to the right? We want the entry point to be bracket 2. It doesn't. But I don't think that doesn't is not enough to indicate that. It's just enough to make me unhappy. And like, because like this will not change where people are, uh, where the entry point is. But anyway. I don't like it. Look, I gotta find something to complain about, right? If this is one of the biggest problems in this, then I think that's pretty good. Like it makes some sense, but like I don't know, just frame it differently so that they all go in the same direction. All right, but like bracket stuff, this is actually not what I think is the most interesting of the update. Like it's a good update, great. Blah blah blah. I think the game changer philosophy and the other things they discussed are the actual things that we should be excited about. Yes, thank you, Rather Princess. That's one big one. They start this off. They're like, hey, we had 9 months of data, 9 whole months, 3 Magicons, 9 months of use. This is not a beta anymore. This is not a beta anymore. Saying this is the definitive bracket system also does not change how people use it at all. This is not a beta. This is what the bracket system is, and saying that it is definitive does not change how anybody will approach it at all. People that want to use it will use it still. People that don't want to use it will still not use it. Yeah, like it's also, it will continue to change. It has to continue to change. You're playing last night against a Tifa deck that killed you on turn 3 with commander damage, and then it lost. I think killing somebody on turn 3 is not a thing that most bracket 2 decks are prepared to it's certainly not anything that those decks are prepared to compensate for at all. Like, you should be able to safely tap out on turn 3 and not think you're gonna die. And even in bracket 3, I think you should be able to tap out on turn 3 and not expect to lose. And so the Tifa thing, I think it depends. If the deck does that every game, it is not bracket 3. If they had the perfect setup and you were just on the bad end of it, then then that is okay. Real quick, everybody, I just gotta respond, work stuff. What was I saying? Yeah, they're not a beta anymore. Yeah, Tifa. Yeah, I think that to me is the defining thing. If that deck consistently does it, like if you've built the deck in a way that it consistently does it, it's just not bracket 3. If it can do it but not all the time, that's okay. That's bracket 3. And I think that should be an expectation for those brackets on, like, I am not running the risk of sitting out for a while. Yeah. Knocking one opponent out isn't winning, though. That's true. That's true. But it is also not what people want to play at bracket 3. Or, like, I think the majority of people do not want to play that in bracket 3. So you can also, of course, this is a tool to decide games. It is saying your default should be this is not bracket 3, and then you can discuss and say, hey, I'd like to play my Tifa deck. It is only running 3 game changers, but it will threaten to kill somebody before turn 4. Are we okay with that? And I think player, like, most of the time people will be like, yeah, sure, okay, we know now. But once you hit bracket 3 though, but I think that's an experienced player statement, Red. um that's an advanced thing, is to be able to assess what is going to happen in the game for 3 different opponents and make your mulligan choices based on that. um and this tool is much more for newer players. Okay, right. So but let's get past all that. That's boring stuff. Boring stuff. This is what I'm interested in. So I think they'd hinted at this before. They definitely hinted at this part before. So removing game changers that are just good in the command zone was one they definitely talked about. And I don't know if they talked about the high mana value cards. So we had these cards come off the list. These 10 cards were removed from the game changer list. I think for the most part, they are correct. I think they could have gone more, or they could have moved some stuff from ban list to game changer. But I hope that their call was just, we are dumping a lot out at one time. Let's just save prime time for for the next update. Tetsu, go play Commander. Like, I'm very happy to have you here, but play Magic. Yeah, so my you are going to see a video. You'll see a short from me about this as well. But here is some less frantic information. I think Expropriate is not a game changer. It was just never at that power level. It's 9 whole mana, and this one is much harder to cheat out than like Jin Gitaxias or Vorinclex. If this gets the main problem is, if this card gets cast, it doesn't definitively win the game. It just probably wins the game. And it does it so like it has this dual issue of, now one player is going to dominate clock time because they're taking at least 1 extra turn, and somebody at the table is probably stupid and gives them another extra turn because they don't want their 4 mana commander to get stolen. And then that player doesn't necessarily win the game. And a lot of players were not good at winning the game after resolving this spell. So I think it is not a game changer. And it is just a card that people will not like. And there are plenty of those. Yeah. Jin Gitaxias, another card that people just don't like, but we can't have this list be cards people don't like. I don't remember the last time I've seen this on a table, period. Like, when was the last time anybody saw a Jin Gitaxias hit the board? Rafine Reanimator, like you saw it hit the board. Is it your deck? Is it somebody else? I got more bagel to eat. What kind of maniacs do you play against, Red? Here's my thing on Jin Gataxias. I think this should have stayed a game changer. Despite what I said about the list not just being cards that people don't like. Because what this nobody plays this fairly, right? Nobody pays 10 mana for this. What this does to the game is essentially end it in a way that is not like it is so not clear that players get stuck in a game. They get stuck in a nothing game. So like if I'm not saying do this, but if there was ever some sort of like, hey, Jin Gataxias, not a game changer as long as you cast it for spending 10 mana, sure, don't do that. But I think this should be a game changer because everybody that is playing it cheats it in really early, and it then just shuts down the game in an unfun way that does not end it, similar to like Winter Orb. Sway the Stars, this was never a game changer. This was never even close to a game changer. This was definitely a people. I was gonna say people don't like getting this played against them. Also, nobody was playing this card. Like, I don't know. I think this is one that got a bad reputation because some people, like a very small number of people, were playing it with no plan, and that does ruin games. But what this card should be doing is say this should be a 10 mana. If this resolves, I win. It should be a I have set up all of my stuff. Like I've slow blinked all my stuff, or I have a bunch of things that are coming off the suspend or something. And if this goes off, I win pretty clearly. That's what. But it just never was a game changer. Yeah, this is like it's a weird, ridiculous card that can inspire some players, and a lot of players will never ever play it or see it played. It just never was a game changer. Foreign collects. This one was tricky for me. Because similar to Jinkataxius, nobody is ever. Well, this one is more likely to cast fairly by being ramped too quickly. But like, um, I don't know, because this doesn't like this is mass land denial, which is defined by the bracket system as bracket 4 and up. I just think that it should be like it should be noted that this is mass land denial. It just that's what it is. And so like I think taking it off the list cleans things up, but sends the wrong message without them saying directly Vorinclex is mass land denial. It is bracket 4 and up. Wait, Red, are you saying that this is not mass land denial because you get a choice? This is mass land denial in the same way that Winter Orb is mass land denial. You're not getting rid of those lands, but you are shutting them off in en masse. Rob the Princess, if that is true, then I will fight my way onto the onto the format panel just to correct them on it. That's what that's that's what that is what they said. Okay, all right. I'm getting on the panel. They're wrong. Yeah, this is mass land denial. So like the correct thing for it is for it not to be a game changer and categorized as mass land denial. Ta-da. A price of glory is not considered. I should know that off the top of my head. Is that something if they tap a land for mana, it gets blown up? Taps a land for mana during another player's turn, destroy that land. See that? But that is different. That is different. Because what is your choice? Like, because and to be clear, I'm not arguing with you. Thank you so much for. I did not know that is what they had said about this. I am arguing against what they've said here. Because the choice that you have with Vorinclex is, okay, if I tap this at all, it turns off. Price of Glory, not mass land denial. It is saying you have all of this available to you, just you have all of this available to you during your turn. It is Red's version of like what's the green guy? Dosen? Yeah, players can only play spells during their own turns. Like if Price of Glory is mass land denial, then so is Dosen. But this is mass land denial. Okay, then they also did this change that legends that are good in the command zone, uh, but not necessarily game changers in the 99, they are removing from the game changer list. And they almost got this right. They almost got this right. So I think the philosophy is correct. Yuriko, perfect example. If you can't commander ninjutsu, then the card is totally fine. Winota, this card is super, super busted when you can build around it, but if it is only in the 99, losing that consistency and having to, like, you don't want to be building a deck around one card in the 99, and if you are, then you have to make considerations for that. So this is totally fine in the 99. Kinnan, I think, is the one that is I think this one's like borderline. This is a really powerful effect no matter where it is. But it is the same idea that, like, this does get a significant boost when you are guaranteed to have it every game, and you can build around it. In the 99, it is really good, but I agree that it is not a game changer. This one's wrong. This is a great failing. Urza is a game changer. This card is the best card in any deck that it is in. Like, any deck that wants this card, it's the best card in the deck. And this will warp the game in the same way that many game changers do when a player finds it in their 99 cards. Now, one of their justifications for this is that because it does mean that, oh, I could run a bracket 2 with these in the command zone, right? But they're saying that you can recognize, oh, I would not like to play against your bracket 2 Urza deck. It's still Urza. I would not like to play against your bracket 2 Yuriko deck. It's that no matter how many game changers you have in it, it's still Yuriko. It's a funky balance there of I agree that we don't want to be just putting every commander onto the game changers list. But this is a tool that's supposed to be designed for newer players. And those are the players that are least likely to have that knowledge already. But I think it is okay. Players will learn about cards. This tool is not to prevent all bad games. It is to help to reduce them. And so the necessary evil of one time a new player will play against an Urza bracket 2 deck and be like, I hated that. I'm not doing that ever again. Knowledge gained will be the same for many other cards. Like, that's not a thing that you can really prevent. And you shouldn't, and I don't think we should be doing it this way. But they are wrong about Urza. It's a plane changer. All right, well, that's the stream for today. I'll see you all later. But yeah, that's I think it's very good. Between these 8 cards, I think Urza is the wrong choice. And if I were to get to pick another one that stays a game changer, it's probably Jin-Gitaxias. There were two others that did not fit into those categories: deflecting SWAT and food chain. I definitely agree with food chain. It's a combo piece. Combos are defined within the bracket system. Uh, I think food chain is a cool card that more people should play outside of the combo potential. Like the card is good. But like Clark Clan Ironworks, not a game changer. Then this, not a game changer. Now you there's certainly an argument that like Ironworks could be a game changer, but like, you know, Phyrexian Altar, not a game changer. If that is if those are true things, this is also not a game changer. Yeah. This card is only game changer status if it is being 2-card comboed, and we already are defined that way. How is food chain any good outside of combo? Exactly. You could do it with like just as a mana engine, like if you can produce tokens or something. But yeah, deflecting SWAT though, this I think is the one that this is the second most like discussed one after Urza. This card is very good. This card is very good. I don't think it's a game changer. I don't think that it is a game changer. I just think I think it is close to the line. It like, don't get me wrong, card is really good, but it does not dominate a game in the way that many other game changers do. You will get one instance of a powerful gotcha, and that's okay. I think the fact that it can be better than Fierce Guardianship in many situations is a bad argument for it, because it is also I think there are situations that exist where Deflecting SWAT is better than Fierce Guardianship, but the number of situations where Fierce Guardianship is better than Deflecting SWAT is like 1,000 times more. So I think this is a very good card that is not a game changer. Because you can also make the same. You can say like Deadly Rollick having free exile removal is much better than this in many instances. I think I yeah. Yeah, and like red it's not that red needs it, and I'm not Red the person in chat, but Red the color, but red should get this. Yes, Deflecting SWAT can protect your commander, but only from targeted things. Fierce Guardianship goes, hey, no targeted removal, no board wipe, no win con. SWAT only goes targeted spell or ability. I think, yeah, this is a case of very good card. That is not a game dominating card. Oh, Requiem, that's the dream. That's the dream. They should have pulled Gamble. I think that being able to tutor a card for 1 mana is game changer status. And it's like, oh, but I might lose it. I might not have the card. Yeah, but like don't be dumb. Don't play it with, 2 cards in hand. And even sometimes that is just the red mindset. All right, I'm playing it with 2 cards in hand. And I got a 50-50 to win right now because it turns into the card I need. Entomb is not a game changer. Entomb is not a game changer. I think Entomb is. I think there's a better argument to put Entomb onto the game changer list than there is to remove Gamble from the game changer list. See ya, Oak. The Hada Ekel Eldrazi. So what, are you stealing your opponent's like soul rings to ramp into Eldrazi? Yep, that's funny. All right. Here's I think things get only more and more interesting from this point on. They are actively discussing taking other cards off the Game Changers list. CoolStuffInc did not make it. They said there's a big difference between 6 mana and 7 mana. It can dominate the game if not removed within a couple triggers. And there is the interaction where if somebody clones it, then those 2 players can those 2 players can then collude to draw, triggering each other back and forth until they've drawn as many as they want. Oh no, Red, you're not going to like what I have to say. I'm not going to like what I have to say. I don't think this is a game changer. I don't think this is a game changer. It is 6 mana. That is still a good amount of mana. You should draw some cards for 6 mana. Now, does this draw probably a lot of cards for 6 mana? Yes. Yes, it does. But I think this would be like in a similar category as deflecting swat, where it's like, this is a really good card. Um, but it is not quite game changer status. If Sphinx isn't a game changer, then Primetime is not a game changer. I think at the very least they should move Primetime to the game changer list and start seeing what that does. I think that Primetime is not a game changer anymore. I think that same thing is being done with many many other cards that the things they were worried about. Um, yeah, I think this is 6 mana card that with high potential to draw many cards. That's fine. And the thing that they're worried about with 2 players colluding if they do the clone thing, like 2 players can just collude. That we can't stop. Um, and that's such a specific scenario. It's like, hey, if one blue deck plays a Consecrated Sphinx and another blue deck plays a clone, and both of those things live, then those 2 players could choose to collude. That is way too narrow of a criteria for us to be compensating for on the game changer list. Right, and not all blue decks play clones. Like, yeah. So I don't think this card is a game changer at all. Play some no ban lists on decked out. It's tricky, because if you stray too far from your average commander game, then it means that we don't get to eat for the week because that video does not do well. And while no ban list can be interesting, most people that are watching commander videos want something that they can relate to at least, or that is information that is useful to them. And most players don't find that to be true for a no ban list thing. They're like, oh, this is a novelty, kind of like Rule Zero, but I don't get to see if like some of the new cards that came out I want to get. I don't get to, like, this does not affect me. I will never play one of these no ban list games. But we might try it out at some point. Coalition Victory sadly did not make it off of the game changer list. They're like, even though it's expensive, 8 whole mana, it does end the game immediately, and it is easy to slot into any 5-color deck and have it be effective. I also think this should come off the list. I think it should come off of the list. Invader, people are not even open to changing the rules for hybrid mana. But yeah, this is not a game changer. This is, I like it does blow my mind that they're like, well, we don't want Coalition Victory because it ends the game right then and there, and is too easy to like it's too easy to slot into a deck. And Expropriate gets removed from the list. Expropriate also ends the game effectively. Super easy to slot into any deck running blue. It is an advantage that this card wins the game right then and there, because then you don't have to sit through the slog of somebody playing more turns and trying to figure out how to win the game within a reasonable amount of time, even though they have effectively won it by stealing permanents and taking extra turns. This says, I spent 8 mana, I won the game, shuffle up, play another one. This one says, waste my time for another 45 minutes, even though you have really won the game. Yeah. This card, no. I like, again, more spoilers for my upcoming video. Like, if this is a game changer, so is Simic Ascendancy. Simic Ascendancy can be slotted into pretty much any Simic deck and be effective, and probably more effective at winning the game than this is. This is not a game changer. Panoptic Mirror didn't make it off the list. Boo. I also think that you take this off the list. The thing that this does that makes it a game changer is 2-card combos. And those are already defined within the bracket system. This card is awesome. Like, this card lets you do so many silly things. And so many good things. And yeah, the no chaining extra turns rules already covers what this does. Like, yeah, I guess you could put like a board wipe on this and then you're a jerk. But that also is defined within these new the new brackets. Like, gameplay like, consider it letting each deck showcase its plan. Yeah, sure. If you put a farewell on the thing, then like that's not bracket 2. It also, like, it's such a mana investment, you know? 5 mana plus the cost of the spell, and that's 2 cards. That's the mirror itself, and you have to exile the instant or sorcery, and you have to wait to your upkeep. This is not a game changer. But here we go. This is what I thought was by far the most interesting part, is the discussion topics. Rhystic Study ban? Rhystic Study ban? As a decidedly blue player, get this shit out of Commander. Get it out. I'm very in support of a full-on ban for Rhystic Study. Their argument for it is not even good. Like, they're like, hey, we thought about banning Rhystic Study because it's miserable and lets players run away with games in a way that no other card does, and causes huge issues, you know, in all levels of gameplay. But we heard some people like it, so I don't know. We can't ban it, right? Make it, kill it, get it out of here. It's not fun. It's not interesting. No game is made better by Ristic Study. Not a single one. When we see bracket level card bans, yeah, it's called the Game Changer list. I don't think they should do. I don't think they should make it any more specific than that. Hold on, I will be right back. I just need to put the rest of this bagel in the fridge. Like 5 seconds. All right. So they should ban forces and legacy. I have no idea. I don't know if that is. I don't know enough about legacy to make that call. Hello, Mark. I don't think they will ban this card. I don't think they will do it. Because the problem is that this statement is not untrue. There are some sociopaths out there that like Ristic Study. And even if you don't, even if it's not like, oh, Ristic Study is my favorite card, you are going to run into a similar problem with when they banned like Mana Crypt and Jeweled Lotus. And they definitely don't want that, and neither do I. I think there will be an uproar from both people that like this card genuinely, from people that don't necessarily love the card but have like, you know, oh well, I needed a copy for every one of my decks and I just lost like $400. So yeah, I don't think that this will. I'm glad you caught this too, Red. I don't think this will be banned. I don't think this will be banned at all. And if they do, it will be. It'll be like the slowest roll out of all time. It'll be like, hey, in 10 years, we're banning Ristic Study. Be ready. And it'll be like a reminder every 6 months or something. They're not gonna ban it. Yeah, so I'm like, don't ban this card. The format would be so much better without it. But I don't think that you can ban it. At least not, you can't just up and ban it. Ristic buyback program. Yeah, I look. That's yes. I support that. I support that. Give me a Ristic buyback program. I love that. That's totally how you should do it. Absolutely do not include it in every precon moving forward. Wouldn't this be the first step? Sure. Well, yeah, like I genuinely believe if they ever were to ban it, it would be a very, very slow roll of this. So like, sure, this may be the first step of like 20 steps before they ban it, but they definitely cannot go, it's banned. What about Thassa's Oracle? I think Thassa's Oracle is fine. I think Thassa's Oracle is fine. It is limited by bracket constrictions. It is totally fine. I think, almost never seen a game that was ended with Thassa's Oracle that I didn't feel was either in an appropriate power level pod or or was still satisfying. It's like, oh, you manually did this, kind of like we were talking about with Labman earlier. Like, I've never seen this happen, but if you like Thassa demonic consultation in your bracket 3, which like oh wait, is not legal, right? Because no, yeah. If you Thassa's Oracle demonic consultation in bracket 3, even if it's after whatever however many turns, 6 turns, you're an asshole, and I will not play with you anymore. Like, or you're incredibly uninformed. You're like, if somebody pulled this on me and they're like, I think I found like this crazy combo, and so I want to try this stack out, and that's the thing, and they genuinely were like, we're like, this works, right? I'd be like, hell yeah, you win. That's awesome that you discovered this. Keep that feeling for one more moment. Now I'm going to tell you that this does exist elsewhere a little bit, and that keep this memory in your heart and don't ever do it again. Thassa's Oracle is just it is the most efficient way to win by decking yourself out, and that should exist. And it is only a problem when people are pairing it with cards like Consult or Pact. And I think that it is well defined within the bracket system that is only a thing to be doing at brackets 4 and 5. And as a CEDH, a casual CEDH enjoyer, Thassa's Oracle is also not a problem in that format. Like, it's good that decks have the threat of this, but this actually just does not happen that often. Like, every deck is ready for it. So more often it's a different form of win that happens. So I think they're totally correct on this one. All right. They discussed if there should be another bracket. I already talked about this today. Yes, there should be. I just my only concern is, like, at what point do you stop? but I do think that there is a big miss on between brackets 3 and 4. I think between brackets 2 and 3 is well defined enough, but give me a 3.5. Or make the adjustment, like I said, move CEDH to a piece of bracket 5. But yeah. All right, I know you all have been mentioning this a little bit. Hybrid mana costs. Hybrid mana costs. They've been discussing this rules change. I did not see this coming. So the change they have discussed is hybrid mana being meaning that the identity of that symbol is one or the other. So like this guy, color identity currently green and white, can only be played in Selesnya or Selesnya Plus. The proposed change would be this can be played in any deck that has white or any deck that has green. There's been a lot of discussion on this. I am 100% in support of this change. I think we lose nothing, we gain everything. It is a good and useful change. Oh, heavens, are you saying what the change would be? So the change would be, this is a green and white card that can only go in green and white decks, to this is a green or white card that can go in any deck that has green or white. So I want to know, yeah, because I do want to know what everybody's arguments against this would be. Because I think there are legitimate arguments against. But this would make companions weird. Let's save the companion discussion for the moment. That is the thing that I think is an actual big plus. But let's just the general idea for the moment. Deathrite Shaman in mono black would be weird. It would be weird and illegal. So just because it has a hybrid mana symbol does not mean that it is automatically black or green. This has a black symbol and a green symbol in its text box. So this is still a black and green color identity. But let's see. It'd be really good, but it just feels off. I think it's just a difference. Could play Leyline with Guild Pact in every green deck now. Yes. Yeah, this card here. That this is now possibly a mono green deck, or any deck with green, because you can just say all the rest of these pips are green and my deck is green and white. Yes, you could do that. The color identity is completely enough for new players. but I don't think we need to make it harder. I would make the argument that it was already complicated with hybrid mana in general. Because we have to say, oh yeah, so this Cold-Eyed Selkie, you can pay for it using green or blue mana. But it's both. But it's either one. But it's both. I think honestly, the only thing that makes it confusing is that it would be a change. I think it is much more intuitive to be like, these pips mean either or in every instance of consideration. They are you can pay for it with either or type of mana. You can put it in either or kind of deck. I think it is a change that would be confusing for a moment until it became the norm, and then the norm would be much more intuitive. For monocolor decks would be a good first step. I do really like this for building monocolor decks. Don't allow hybrid mana, and multicolor decks can't support both colors. I have an overarching argument for a lot of what you all are saying, but I'll wait for a few more to address. It would definitely complicate things also on the battlefield. It would just look odd. I mean, like, so does the Fortnite battle bus on the battlefield. Like, I think this looks much... This... I'm not confused if somebody has, like, the creatures on their battlefield. I know that this is their creature. I don't know. You couldn't do the MH3 MDFCs, correct, because the land side has a color identity. Let's like this. This, because it has a black and green symbol, is a black and green card in spite of the hybrid mana symbol on the front. Putting Island Walk into mono green, yes. Are these MTG Arena changes? No, these are... this is not a real change at all. This is a discussion that the Commander format panel had about changing in Commander and have not done so. They are just looking for some feedback on how people would feel about it. Manamorphosis would bring me closer to Mono Green Storm. See? That's a good thing. All right. So here is why. Here is, I think, the biggest argument for doing this, and they do actually touch on this in the article itself. In Magic, hybrid cards are made to be playable by either color. That is how they work in all of Magic. A Kitchen Finks can be put in a mono white deck or a mono green deck. Commander is the only place where that is the opposite. From a design standpoint, the way we design hybrid cards today is that it would need to be a card we'd print in another color. I think this is a typo. I believe this is print in either color. They must obey the rules of a white card and a green card independently, and are often weaker than a monocolor card in either color. This is a true thing as someone who was playing Magic when they first introduced hybrid mana symbols. This was and has always been the design philosophy for hybrid cards. A hybrid now, not to say that they have not broken this on occasion since then, but still to this day, the main philosophy is that if a card is printed as with hybrid symbols only, this card could be mono green and we would be okay with this. This card could be mono blue and we would be okay with this. And so Cold-Eyed Selkie is... These are things that either color could have. Island Walk is a little funky because, like, the land walk abilities are really not used at all anymore. But as we go through these designs, you will notice that this is true. If we now ignore stuff like Deathrite Shaman, because this is clearly a black and green card because of its abilities, and therefore is also those identities. But so, like, let's see. Yeah, like do you all have any examples of cards that you feel are not do not qualify for that? Because if we can't find more than like 5 across the 458 cards that are like that, then like exceptions exist. But all of these cards make sense as a monocolored card in one of those colors. Commander is self-identified to have the identity rule. Yes, but like we can change the identity rule. This was always a weird and unintuitive niche case for the identity rule anyway, since day one. How would that work with MDFCs? Do you mean like these lands? Because as if they have the mana symbol on them anywhere, that is the identity of the card. So this cannot be played in mono green or mono, or this can't be played in mono green or mono white because it has those on it. Ashiok is definitely a monocolored. Why? Like these are two abilities that that could be in mono black or could be in mono blue. Both have mill, both have stopping your opponents from searching stuff. Well, blue a little like in some different ways, but I think that is certainly a blue ability. Like the other thing to argue is like that has been the design team's intention for hybrid mana for all of time. Like we can't say that that's not correct because that is what they've been doing with hybrid mana. They've broken it a few times, but that is true for pretty much everything in Magic. But then just get rid of the identity rule altogether. I don't feel like that is particularly helpful. I don't think it would break anything too much. I agree. It would not break much at all, I think. The 5-color ones would be weird in monocolor or dual color. I mean, there's only one 5-color at all. Almost everything else is 2 colors, and there's a couple 3. Blue doesn't exile graveyard. Yes, but it does interact with graveyard a lot in ways like that. This is an effect that Wizards of the Coast felt was appropriate for mono blue or for mono black from their design standpoint. And that's even in War of the Spark when they were not leaned in so heavily to designing for Commander across all sets. I think the same type of change could apply to double face cards like Westvale Abbey. Maybe, but I think that card on the backside is black, particularly because the effect is black. Yeah, I don't think that there are many good arguments for not doing this other than it is a change and I don't like it. It feels weird. And I think people, I think while those may be legitimate feelings, I don't think there are legitimate reasons to not make the change. Might do this with stuff like breaking and entering, allowing to use the colored item just one side. That's a little trickier. So like we're saying something like expansion and explosion, like the explosion, or like you could run expansion in a blue deck or red deck, but you just could not cast that. I think that's a similar thing, but one step farther. For a I have argued for making keeping restrictions to make creativity easier, like to breed creativity. This is a handful of cards, the number of which that are actually relevant and playable in Modern Commander, like, is probably a quarter of that at best. And what this opens a door to is new brews, new things. I don't think this makes it easier for anybody. I think this allows for new opportunities for things that could not have existed before in niche cases. Because I think it's not a good comparison saying that like they make Commander too easy and it's spoon fed now. Like that, I think there's good argument for. I think a lot of cards do everything that you need them to do all in one place, and that you don't have to build to make them interesting. I think unlocking these cards for other archetypes is not doing that. It's not like, oh, suddenly I can put any green cards into my red deck and that makes my deck building so much easier. It's saying, hey, of like maybe the 100 cards in here that are playable, sometimes you will want to use one of them. I think there's I think this unlocks a lot. The thing we have not discussed yet, because I said I said to wait, because this is my personal favorite. Companions, baby. I'm a companion lover. I'm a companion lover. It makes me very, very sad to still not have functional companions for Commander in blue red, in red green, and in blue white. The number of new decks that you could build if these cards could be monocolored. Oh, it's great. It's so good. And like, I don't think that there's anything that I don't think there is any downside really to opening these up to more decks, because they're not good now. Like paying 6 for this. How hard are these conditions anyway? It depends on the condition. Zerda, very difficult. Gigantha, pretty easy. It depends. Can I do this? Does this work? Yeah. I think companions are very fun. They make for interesting deck building, and they're a good way to restrict your deck to actually power it down, because none of these make your deck better. Lurrus is maybe the exception. Lurrus is probably the exception, but still, paying 6 mana for this, it's not great. But they're interesting. And I think this would really inspire a lot of people to be building with them. Like, they're just like, none of these are broken except for this one. I think that's a huge plus, as somebody that has wanted them to print some more companions in Commander products anyway. That is like, I think, my weakest argument for this change, though. Like, that is just a personal preference. I think everything I said up to this point, though, is much more like definitive. Free Lutri. I mean, I wish there was a way they could do it. I think they just need to print another one. Like, make it bad. Make it real bad. I'm okay with it being terrible, but give me one that I can play in those colors, please. An extra card is never bad. That is not true. I mean, like, I guess the other ways, an extra card is not always good. And I think for sure, companioning any commander deck, it makes that deck worse. This is just like the restrictions that these impose outside of Lurrus are all pretty difficult, and having to cut down your possible card pool by that much makes that deck worse. And the extra card that you get available to you for a high cost does not compensate for it. But they make deck building interesting. I'll give this one to you all for free. I think the best argument to not do this is that these cards exist. This mana up here, called 2 Brid mana, can be paid with 2 generic mana or whatever color is there. And it would mean that this is a colorless card. Does this work? No. Now, it's a very niche case. There are not many of these cards at all. Reaper King becomes colorless. Yep, because Reaper King is colorless. Reaper. See, that's the thing. Is I think this is one of the few. It is very fair. I just think this is one of the few instances where, they are. This is not a colorless effect. This is an argument that their statement about design for hybrid mana is not true, but I think they are. I think they're a niche case that only affects like less than 10 cards. But Reaper King, I think, is a perfect example of. I should bring up a second one. Oh yeah. Right, the ones from Tarkir. Yeah, so it is. I think it is like 10 cards. This is a colorless card. This is a perfect example of that of the reverse argument that they do design these cards to be either thing, because the scarecrows were colorless creatures that cared about different colors when they were printed in Shadowmoor. Scarecrows are almost always colorless anyway. This is Scarecrow King is colorless. Could you use a Fellwar Stone in a colorless deck to cast on the black mana side in a colorless deck? Oh, do you mean like for like Beseech the Queen? Because like, yeah, you could. You could. So like, I think there are some of the effects of the two Brid cards that I would argue are not designed in a way where they could that's a reasonable colorless effect. However, those cards are not good, and I don't think any of them would make a huge difference aside from Beseech the Queen, which is still like super fair. Opening the door for more Nadu. In what way? Um, Imagine using Dragon Claw Strike on a colorless commander. See that? Like, yeah, I think that argument could be made. However, if this is the exception to it, I'm okay with that. I really think that this helps a lot of monocolored decks have some more options that don't rock the boat too much. Would love to see. Yeah, I think this is a good change. Giving the okay for designers to make mistakes. I mean, we can't stop them. Like, I think that's a totally different question. If we just straight up don't trust the design team, period, then none of this conversation matters at all. But I think they have been very consistent on hybrid mana being used on cards that could be either monocolored effect, and yeah, like Metamorphose. I assume you mean Manamorphose in Magar. Makes sense to me. Totally makes sense to me. That is a mono green or a mono red card. Filling weaknesses in decks with a color identity, but it doesn't. That's the thing. again, these cards were designed in a way where they could have been either color, just that color. So like you're not going to find those cards that that like compensate for a massive weakness of a color, because those cards could have been printed in that color anyway. Yeah. And just a reminder, like Ravenous Squirrel here can only be played in green and black, because it has black and green symbols in its text box. So this is not the only defining factor. We still have all of the other rules. Fight card in a colorless deck. So is that single fight card in a colorless deck going to shore up the weakness in that in that colorless deck? That 6 mana fight card in a that's going to drastically compensate for colorless's weakness to colorless could already remove stuff pretty decently. How's a card like Push and Pull work in this? If it still has those. So this could be played, as far as I understand, this could be played mono black. This could be played. This could be played in anything that is mono black or more. You can just say all of these symbols are black. This is a black card. My black green deck can play Push Pull. Yes, and it could be played in a non-black deck that has red and white. Yeah. Yeah, like I haven't done the deepest of deep dives, but I haven't found anything where I'm like, that is a problem. Like here's an example of one that like a lot of people are like, but it feels bad, and I'm like, great, does it change anything? Ulalek could now be played in any deck, because its identity would now be colorless if you wanted it to be. Does that change anything? Not really. There's gonna be like one person on the planet that does some weird little build with Ulalek in the 99. And like I guess the one significant thing is you could play Zuladoc as your commander and put Ulalek in the 99, and that is pretty good. But like, good. It's right. It's the same thing. More upset with the brackets discussion? I think the brackets, it's a good upgrade, and it's a thing that's going to be just incredibly difficult to make everybody happy on. I think overall it's all positive, and the only things could have been, there could have been more, um, and also Urza. Yeah, playgroups can make their own rules. I mean, like, yeah, that's always true. That's always true. The bracket system is a tool, is a communication tool to guide pre-game conversations. It is not, it is not the it's not in the comprehensive rules. Is a, here's something you can use if you want, and we think it helps you to get better games. We encourage you to do so. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm just like, these are all so very fine. Also shapes the overall meta. I mean, sure. But there's the difference though. Is the overall meta is not your play group that makes their own rules. Those are two different things. If you have a play group, ignore the tool completely. Make your own rules. If everybody's happy, that's the most important thing. The overall meta, different. Yes, it will shape that. In bracket 3, should I expect the average deck to win after turn 6? And since the average deck is not an aggro deck, if you play aggro, it's okay to win a bit sooner, with the trade-off being more glass cannon. So these are expectations, not requirements. So if your aggro deck wins before turn 6, that does not mean it is automatically not a bracket 3. It just means that, hey, is this winning before turn 6 every game? Now it is probably not bracket 3. But aggro decks, like, every deck has a potential to go off. Soul Ring exists. You know, a deck that is designed as bracket 3 could certainly win before turn 6 and still be decidedly bracket 3. It is just, it can be okay if games end before turn 6. Just, that shouldn't be the expectation. Yeah. Did I explain the risk redeemed? Oh yeah, they did. So they did. They did talk about this. So I'll go over this really quickly. Risk redeemed is green and white hybrid mana. This card could go into a mono green or a mono white deck, since every symbol on the card is hybrid mana. That is different from Deathrite Shaman, which is a hybrid mana cost, but has a black only symbol and a green only symbol on the card. Therefore, it can only be put in a deck that is green and black at the least. It is weird, but they're not saying, again, not a requirement. Not a requirement. This is a tool to guide conversations. Players should expect this. does not mean that it will happen every time. Like, if you can kill somebody before turn 6 and it is the right play to make, do it. Just reconsider your deck's bracket if that is a thing that is available to you, if that is a thing that you are doing every game. Yeah, I think that is also like something important to keep in mind with every conversation about this, that these are not rules. These are guidelines. These are guidelines. They are just designed to make your Rule Zero conversation more efficient. You're not required to use them. You do not have to. Things do not have to perfectly fit in every bracket. The hope is just that, hey, everybody knows the bracket system. Cool. I've got bracket 3. Does everybody else have bracket 3? Yeah. All right. We're done the pregame conversation. We can play, and the likelihood that that game is satisfying to every player is higher than without this tool. But you will be arrested if you misbracket your deck. That's true. Missed the hybrid mana about mini colored decks. Can you clarify that? Yeah, if you say, but it plays like a bracket 2 3 times in the mirror, then Gavin Verhey will personally appear and confiscate your cards. What do I say about the bracket 3 Tifa who can regularly take out a single player turn 4 but would not stand a chance against bracket 4 decks? That is then they need to make a decision. They need to either build in a way so that deck can hang with bracket 4 decks, which it certainly has the potential to do so, or they need to be very clear about that in the Rule Zero conversation, to be like, hey, this is Tifa. It regularly kills somebody, or it regularly can threaten to take out a player turn 4. It is built as a bracket 3. Are you all cool with that? Easy as that. If people say no, play a different deck. People say, oh yeah, sure, I'll find removal, then play it. It's a bracket 3. Great. Is song request active? I don't think so. Maybe it is. Say I build Thada Adele as an island walk deck. If I put Harbinger of the Seas in there, do I have to play as bracket 4? Yes. Yes. Are you not happy with spreading Seas or Seas Claim? Come on, Targ. Look at this. You got so many options here. Yeah. You have 6 options. By saying, hey, I'm playing a turn faster because I'm in aggro deck, isn't that taking away from people's threat assessment? I mean, no. Maybe what you're saying is like, is it taking away from people's threat assessment because you are helping them? Because I think no matter what, your game with the Tifa deck is a better game because you told people that that's what the deck does. If you won a deck, if you win a game just because people didn't understand your central game plan, then that's not a satisfying game. Even if you're the person playing Tifa. Like, you know, if they don't understand your niche card interaction that you have in the deck, that's okay. But if you won a game because somebody didn't understand that Tifa could kill them, so everybody tapped out, and that murders one player, that's not a good game. And it's actually even more it's even more okay then to kill them on turn 4 because you're like, I told you this could happen, and here it is. Tideshaper, yeah, Targ, you have so many options. Your personal answer is don't play Tifa. Like, that's the easiest answer, but I think if you were like, this is my favorite character from Final Fantasy, and I don't have the money to build a bracket 4 or something, but I really want to play Tifa, then that's the easiest thing to do from that point. Or play Naya Tifa, there you go. It's a very philosophical question what a good game is, and there is no clear answer. Yes and no. A good game is one in which every player had fun. Now, quantifying that, much more difficult. Quantifying that is much more difficult. Hi, Saretha. But so like that's always the struggle of this, right? Is the aim of this is to increase the chance that everybody has a good game where they had fun. But everybody does have a different definition of what fun is. So a tool like this will never be perfect, or will never accomplish the goal of making every game fun. But it will help to increase the chances of that. Hi, Cecil. Yeah, I started early today as well, so that is a contributing factor. Wheels, how do I feel about Iron Spider as a commander? It's fine. It's fine. There's a lot of good counter synergy in colorless. Also, the art's cool. Fun to me is, did I become the problem? Yep. Yeah, I am. I'm lucky because there are lots of ways that I have fun in a commander game. And so it's like most games are good for me. And like maybe we're getting in kind of deep on this, but like this is a hobby that people dedicate like precious time to. Uh everybody's time is valuable, and it is getting harder and harder to have spare time to spend for like just social leisure. And so there's always like different things that are riding on each individual player as to how and if they will have fun. This can be it can be, I just need a time to socialize with people, I need a time to communicate with people, to have a conversation over a table of Magic the Gathering cards. It can be, I need to exercise my brain in a way that is complex and engaging, so it silences the voices in my head for a moment, so it shuts out the evils of the world for a tiny little bit, and maybe that everything in between. And so we are just trying, I say we, uh the Commander community is just trying to eliminate other factors of the game. A little dramatic, but your money would be better spent in therapy. I mean, like, sure. What if you're doing both? Like, therapy is not fun time. Sometimes you just need fun time. And sometimes that fun time is just, I need a distraction. So it was a hard day at work. I had a hard day at work. There was a problem that was just really difficult and I could not solve it. And then if you walk into Commander Night to oops all stacks, then you don't have a good time because you now again have a problem that you can't solve. I don't know. I'm going through these. I'm going to tell you all about what I want to run. What is going to make me happy about these changes if they ever make them. Because in particular, this is gonna mean like monocolored stuff. I think any multicolored decks are going to have better options than these cards. And like these really don't matter that much to multicolored decks. Like maybe two color decks will occasionally want a card or two, but this will mostly be relevant for monocolor decks. Yeah, like running Cold Eyed Sulky finally in mono blue. Finally in mono blue. Mono blue Kiora is kind of funky. What Scryfall search did I do for this? You can literally just go is hybrid. Just do is hybrid because Scryfall is awesome. Like you actually, something you should try if you all use Scryfall often is it a common term? Just type is the term, and often it will work. is broken. Is Shockland like it probably works. That might be a tag, but bam. Yeah. Yeah, is Commander works. It like yeah. Thank you to all of you hard workers over at Scryfall. Um yeah, I'm super excited to brew with companions if they make the change ever. Which I've said. Does devotion work with hybrid? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. They count as one or the other. So for instance, like the gods that are two colors, like Athreos, I think for white and black would see Luris as devotion 2. One or the other per card or across cards. I'm not. I'm not sure what you mean. You mean? Oh, I think like so. If you had like two different gods, two different devotion gods, yeah, they could count it as either or. Like if you had Heliod and Erebos, they would both count Luris as 2. Yeah, it's like every time that you would check it for any reason, it's either or. Which I guess is slightly less intuitive. But Luris count as 4 for Athreos? No, it's only the number of pips. Yeah, I like Vexing Shusher for mono red. It seems great. Trying to think, are there red cap combos that are not using black and red? What, you could run this in Grumgully now? Yeah, Beseech could be if they were to make that change. It's not, to be clear, the change is far from ever being a reality. But yes, if they were to make the change, you could run Beseech the Queen in any deck. Hmm. Yeah, first day of class shenanigans, yes, but like you could already run first day of class in any deck that was running red cap. But I'm trying to think of what cases you would get to use this in decks that couldn't have done it before. And Grumgully. Oh, Micaeus. Yeah. Micaeus red cap. Grumgully red cap. Cool. It's nice too because Micaeus never really had any combos, so it deserves one. Oh, Master Warcraft in mono red. Master Warcraft in mono red, my dream. Now I'm trying to think. Does this though? Because like this is always going to be the argument. Does this actually make any difference? Um, it makes a slight difference. His red already had creatures can't block for 4 mana, no problem. The instant speed on this doesn't matter a ton because, like, sure, you'll have the case where you can affect somebody else's combat, which won't come up as much, but it is, like, very similar to goading. Choosing the blocks, though, I think this does get played into my mono red decks if we did this. I'm realizing though, Biomass Mutation becomes a mono blue finisher. Kind of like that. Stat changing, definitely a blue thing. Just now you can make them real big. Demagoth Titan in mono black, yeah, like Shadowheart stuff. Also, like, please give the mono blue players real finishers that aren't Thassa's Oracle. Give them finishers that allow them to build a board and hit people for combat damage. Like, this is not terribly efficient, but they need it so they can finish the game. Oh, mono red Boros Reckoner. Why don't you rule 0 Master Warcraft into decks? You could. You could if you wanted to. But I am in support of shortening the rule 0 conversation. And I don't love, any particular cards so much that I will that I rule 0 them often. In fact, I think one of the only cards that I've ever made that exception for is Literal Me. This is one of the few cards I've ever added to my Rule 0 conversation simply because I wanted to play it so much. And I think that is fine for players to do. Definitely do that if you feel it, but I usually just compensate for a shorter Rule 0 conversation. But I did make an exception for this, and my Rule 0 conversation is, hey, so we're playing in bracket 3. I would like to run this card because it's me, but I have a replacement if you'd rather not, because the card is like decently strong. But the card that I took out for this deck was Smothering Tithe, so I'll just sleeve that back up if you want it. Adam, actually, this is not where Veggie Wagon came from. This card came from Veggie Wagon. Veggie Wagon existed before this card did. And that's why it's me. And not the other way around. Playtest, yep. Playtest or unknown cards, unknown event cards. I think it's funny that the set code for this is UNC for unknown. Let me see. Trace of Abundance. You can play, I guess, an Enchantress easier now. You can make this green white. They're going to be in mystery boosters? No, they will only unless something changes, they'll only be available in the unknown events at MagicCon. But I got a reprint in Atlanta. So we're all unks now, it's true. Did Veggie Wagon come from the Cabbage Man? Nope. No, Veggie Wagon came from a dumb thing that my dad said one time in the car. It's like, I guess, yeah, if enough of you... Okay, I feel like I tell this story often, but not often enough. I was on a road trip with my dad. A truck passes by, like just a pickup truck with a bunch of vegetables in the back, and he goes, well, that's a Veggie Wagon right there. And then just keeps driving. And I went, yeah. No, that's not a thing people say. And he was not doing a bit. It was not a joke. There was not anything to it. It was just some nonsense. And so I decided that I want to be that confident in my nonsense that I can will it into existence just for a moment, like he did to me in the car. That's where Veggie Wagon comes from. I would buy the Updog Secret Lair. No, because if I hit Nerd Girl with Updog, then it would be the least satisfying Updog of all time. Because she would walk directly into it, like perfectly, and just be like, Oh, and did you see the new set? They're doing it's Updog, and she'd be like, "What's Updog?" And I'd be like, "I don't know. What's up with you?" And she'd be like, Nothing. I was just wondering about the new set that you just mentioned." I'd be like, "Ah." Yes, yes. And then she'll ask, is that a dirty thing?" I'd be like, "Ah, no." And then I'll be like, "Okay, now do I have to like explain this joke and the layers of?" No, no, no. She would not be embarrassed on that one at all. She'd just be like, "Okay, that's seems that's a strange response." And I'd be like, "Okay, so uh well, you see, the first level of this is that it's a joke that Updog is I'm implying that this is a thing like Updog by itself, but then I am turning it around and pretending as though you had intended to say the phrase "What's up, dog?" as if greeting me, but that's clearly not what you had said. And then it's like I tricked you into saying it, which is funny. But then the joke as a whole is also not that funny because of how simple it is. But then it's even funnier because it's commonly referenced on the internet as a bad joke. And I like she would already be like turned away from me back at the computer working on spreadsheets, and I'd be like, "Damn it." Yeah. It would it would be the least satisfying up dog of all time. Shame this ruling doesn't help Batwing Broom at all. Yeah, white mana symbol, black mana symbol does help Thopter Foundry. So I feel like there are a lot of decks that would want this card that don't run black. Some blue white artifact stuff that could run Thopter Foundry now. Some weird like Enchanted Evening builds. Yeah, it's true. It does, you know, as per the design of the card. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Afterlife Insurance seems good for like white token decks. Yeah, the hybrid mana thing is just a thing that they said they have discussed and are looking for feedback on. Agnes in mono red. Yeah. Did we pass Agnes? There he is. Agnes in mono red. Hell yeah. This is a mono red card. That's the beauty of it. Is this a mono red card? This totally could have been printed in mono red. 4 mana, haste, 3/3 that makes treasures. That's mono red. I'm excited. Oof. Like, actually, for real, Agnes and Mono Red's kind of hot. Like with new Kratos. With this Kratos, all creatures have haste. Mono red, mono green, guttural response. Yep, I support this. Monocolor decks should be more restrictive, but they should get the cards that were designed in ways that they could be the thing that they are. The words did not quite make sense there, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah, you could make a mono red Agnes deck. I like the idea of Agnes being in a mono red deck. Actually, you know what? The more that I think about that, that's decently impactful for like bracket 3 and lower mono red, because we're going on a tangent a little bit. I'm gonna go back to talking about mono red, but there are a handful of cards that are particularly important for mono red builds because they allow you to continue to put damage out on the table, to continue to develop and have mana as well, like Guild Artisan. And that is exactly what Agnes does also. It allows you to continue just putting creatures with haste onto the board and develop. And, yeah. How did Reaper King ever play other colored cards? Because Reaper King, by current rules, is 5 colors, so you could play any cards in this in Reaper King. Current rules are these symbols count as both things. The change would just mean that you can count them as either or. So if you counted them all as generic, this would be a colorless card. Goldspan with Agnes, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have so many mono red Obosh decks. With this count for castings, you have a thing that cares about casting colorless cards like Ugin. Would it discount Reaper? No. Because color identity and color are different, which is a very Magic the Gathering thing to say. Color identity is something that's used for deck building, and Reaper King would be colorless for deck building. But then at every other point, like in game, this is a 5 color card. Stealing Boros spice without committing Boros? What do you mean? Yeah. Waves of aggression. So like this I think it was brought it was referenced earlier today, but this does allow white 1 dedicated extra combat spell. Also Genji Gloves exists. So I think that's maybe one of the more color breaky kind of things, because we just, even this was printed in Eventide, but we have not seen white get extra combat since then. So that I think is significant. One Bant card from the Exalted. Oh yeah. I don't even remember what that thing is called. Cauldron Haze. Give any number of creatures persist in white or black. Yeah, Cauldron Haze. Well, Cauldron Haze and Red Cap does not really matter because both of those are persist. You need a persist at a +1 counter something. This is still speculation. Yeah. We have nothing more than the fact that they said they have discussed it and would like some feedback on how people feel about it. I'm just I like the exercise of, you know, what would happen. I would play the crap out of mono red Dominus of Fealty and mono blue Dominus of Fealty. This card is not good. It's sad. Interesting. You could run Wart in mono red. I don't know that there's a ton that would want that, but sure. Oh yeah, this is I want, this is a pet card of mine. It's very simple, but it makes me very happy. And I would actually get to run this in Sonic. I get to run this card in Sonic. This card in Sonic. That would make me very happy. Is the rule affecting monocolor decks only? No. The rule would affect, would just simply be the color identity of these cards changes to either or. So a mono red deck could run Spite Mare, a mono white deck could run Spite Mare, but also any deck that has red or white in it could run Spite Mare. Ooh, yeah, Dovescape and stuff. Dovescape in more decks that, like, I do like that. Wouldn't that be better in Shadow the Hedgehog? Yes. You could run in either. You could run it in either deck if that happened. It'd be great. If Ezio is your commander, do you have to pick red, white or red, or can you still be Boros? Ooh. That is a good question. I mean, like, that's a good question. Let's see if they address that at all. The proposal would be that strictly for the purposes of deck building, you can treat a hybrid symbol as either of its two colors. that implies that you could keep Ezio as both. Mono white Rigo. Oh, Caltrops and Sonic, yeah. Yeah, where's the Caltrops reprint? Burning Tree Emissary, still red and green. Ooh, Mercy Killing in mono green. Mercy Killing mono white. But I think in mono green this is much more significant because uh you're you have definitive creature removal that is also sacrifice. Unmake is a new staple with a rule. I mean, it's not. Unmake is still suboptimal, even in monocolored. That's three colored pips for exile. White has a million spells that are better than that. And black, like, maybe, but black instant speed exile. Rollick, Baleful Mastery. Yeah, I mean, like, they exist. Oh yeah, Arch Enemy's Charm. Arch Enemy's Charm, exile a creature or planeswalker, and then 2 additional modes. Like, I played this card in Ancient Kitchen Table 60 card, and it was good there. But yeah, it's I get a nice budget option if this were to ever happen. Figure of Destiny, mono red Figure of Destiny. Yes. Is this card good? Not anymore. But is it cool? Yes. Yeah. Oh, swans. Ugh, swans. This means that you could run Swans of Bryn Argyle in Boros, in Izzet, that's kind of a big deal. That's kind of a big deal. This in Boros goes crazy. Like what commander deals damage to its own stuff frequently? Swans and Firesong and Sunspeaker. Yeah, like that's just cool. That's so cool. Is it gonna break anything? No. Is it gonna be good? Possibly. But that's a good time. Oh, I would definitely run Toulouse in mono blue stuff. Like mono blue discard. Jin Illuminatus. Because it's like giving everything replicate, right? I could see it. Wait, so with doves. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, like, this is exciting. My guess is they don't do this. I think they should. I don't think that. I think there's more reason for the format panel to leave things the way that they are, because I any change I think should make a drastic improvement to the format as a whole, and this I think is an improvement, but I think overall it does not make enough of a difference either way, uh, to be a thing that they are that concerned with. But you never know. I really hope it happens, but yeah. This is I think I would like to know. I would like to ask some new players how they feel about this. Like players that don't know about the hybrid rule at all. I just want to know what their assumption would be, because I think that it is more intuitive that this mana symbol means it can be either or. You can pay it with either kind of mana. It can go in either colored deck. Um, but that's just my intuition. Uh, and I think it would be important to get some real opinions on it, because like that definitely would change my view on it if like the majority of them are like, oh, I that's definitely not how I thought that would work. What are you? I was not playing a lot during Return to Ravnica. Why does this not have a card image? Oh, it's still loading. Oh, did we drop there for a moment? All right, are we back? Are we back? We're back. Okay, yeah, I think we actually had an interruption in internet connection for a moment. Okay. This thing's great. Enters with X counters, where X is total life lost by your opponents this turn for 3 mana. I gotta get me some of these. Oh, like also give me this in mono red. Oh, mono red Deus of Calamity. I remember playing this card. Give it to me. Shadow of Doubt. Yeah. Ooh, or Dream Salvage in mono black. Or like non-blue black decks. Seems good. But yeah, I like that's I think that's my overall thoughts on this. I really like the change and I support it if they do it. I think it really only has upside. Um if I had to make a guess, they won't make the change because it is not particularly impactful either way, even at its best or worst. Uh so it's not necessary to make the change. But man, I will be very happy if they do it. And let's point out here. You will also hear from us earlier as we come up with the yearly panel rotation. The first time this has happened, some people will rotate off the panel as some new folks come onto the panel. I have not gotten a call, but it doesn't mean there isn't time. So maybe I got a chance. I got a chance to push this thing through. You never know. I'll be honest. I do not envy this group of people. They do incredible work, and I think they will like the majority of feedback they will get for everything, no matter what it is, will be negative. And that is a lot. That's a lot to take on. So like if they offered, I definitely would consider, but it would not be 100% for me. Does the new changes mean extra turn spells are allowed in bracket 2 all day every day as long as you don't cast them each turn? I think no, right? Actually, yeah. No chaining extra turns. So, yes, the opposite of what I said. Yeah, we'll play. How many people is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, we'll play a 20-person commander game. But yeah, I think this is actually a good thing to point out. So running extra turns in bracket 2, I think is fine. I think it's fine because your deck there's still the gameplay is considerate, allowing each deck to showcase its plan. So if you are taking an extra turn and also your deck is built to do like 20 game actions per turn, that would not be bracket 2. But if you're like, I'm running an extra turn because this is my mono blue combat deck, this is just essentially another combat, I plan to pay my 5 mana, take an extra turn, which is just untap, draw a card, go to combat. Cool as hell. Oh yeah, and Gavin. 21. Because that's the reason that extra turns were addressed in this system as a whole, right? Is not because of not necessarily because of what they do, not because of how powerful they are, specifically because of the gameplay patterns that they enable, which is dominating clock time, and not, you know, like that, even if it's just like a couple extra turns. So you just want to make sure, yeah, extra turns with your combat Urza in bracket 2. Yes, exactly. All right. Probably should brew something. Although I feel like I already did. So I'm just gonna. I think I'll probably end the stream in a little bit, just because I have another thing today and there's some work that I should do. But I'll at least I'll bring up this deck. It's for I haven't released the short on it yet, but I think this is very funny. Brew group hug slug. It's with new bracket, can't you turn 1 pact since no one can lose? No, because that's not what it's saying. It's not saying players are unable to lose the game until turn 8. It is saying your general expectation is that players will not be winning or losing the game before that point. For lightning round, pick 4 eds for that pod. How many eds are there? Actually, let's see, because we do when we can avoid doing eds we've already or eds commanders that we've already played. So we've played Edgar Markov. I'm trying to think what makes for a good pod. And we've done Captain Negathrod. Eddie Brock seems interesting. Eddie, I think the Lonesome Eyebot. No, I've never seen that deck ever before, so that's interesting to me. Edea is probably one of. It's going to be very popular when that releases. There's 3. What color do we not have? We don't have white. Edgar Charmed Groom, maybe. Oh, Edgar Master Machinist. I think that makes an artifact centered deck. Maybe we don't do Eddie. I think it would be Eddie Brock, Edea, Ed E, Ibot, and Edgar Master Machinist would be my assumptions, but yeah. Okay. Curious how I felt about Ristic Study and Thassa's Oracle being on the chopping block. We discussed this a little bit earlier, but the quick version is I would love to see a Ristic Study banned, or I think the format would be better off without Ristic Study. I don't think that they can ban it without rolling it out really, really far in advance. And Thassa's Oracle, I think, is totally fine, and they've made the right choice not to ban it. It's not a problem. The card being legal is not a problem. Yeah, easy. Yeah, I just want to show you this deck. I will have an upcoming short about it, and I think that I think we're gonna play this on the show because we will definitely be doing some Avatar games, probably a lot of them. I thought this deck was very funny. It's like Momo's fine. It's like one mana flyer that reduces your first flyer each turn. But you know what you could do with this? Is Tempest Hawk, baby. I think this is a great Tempest Hawk deck. I think this is actually a good Tempest Hawk deck. Because that's a turn 2 Tempest Hawk, and you get them going. I think it's great. Format would be better without Ristic Study. Yep. Do I think Smothering Tide would also be on the ban list? Nope. I think those are very, very different cards. Also, so like my opinion on it, so I make a lot of decisions for like cards that show up or don't show up on the show. Ristic Study, never. Smothering Tithe, totally fine. We won't run it a lot because people know that Smothering Tithe is good, and we like to highlight other cards. So that's why we play primarily in bracket 2. But Smothering Tithe, so the many problems with Ristic Study, it causes a disruptive question, and it's a disruptive decision that players need to make on every single spell that they cast. Not true of Smothering Tithe. That's only happening on every card that you draw, and the decision is much easier because often, like, it's hard to judge whether or not you'll need each individual 1 mana from Ristic Study. It is not hard to judge whether or not you'll need 2 mana on a draw from Smothering Tithe. So the decision is much easier and doesn't happen as frequently. Ristic Study puts a player ahead in a way that is like harder for casual players to identify. They're like, oh, you've drawn a bunch of cards, but I don't see things on the board, so I'll just keep feeding this, and like I'll just keep doing my thing. Smothering Tithe, I have a big stack of treasures on the board. You can see that that's a threat. It's a lot easier for, like, weirdly, it's a lot easier for players to be like, oh, we should kill that person, right? And the last thing is Ristic Study then gives that player a lot of extra resources, a lot of extra choices, though. They have stack of cards in their hand to help to put together big old combo or something. Smothering Tithe provides the player with a lot of mana to make big flashy play. I think it is a much better card for gameplay than Ristic Study. But I want to show you all my stupid birds deck. I'm trying to decide if we do the throwing stone thing. Throwing stone with only with a quarter birds in it is like not the greatest number, but I feel like that makes it better to run the throwing stone because you don't know how many you're gonna get and you could whiff. We could do like remembrance every time one of my Tempest Hawks dies. I also get to search for a Tempest Hawk. Every time I cast a Tempest Hawk, I make a bunch. I gain a bunch of life for all the dead Tempest Hawks. I think it's beautiful. I can't wait. Like, I think it's a real deck. I think it is an honest, real deck. 3-Tree City? Oh, yeah, it's in there. I even sprung for a Nykthos for this deck. I think the only thing I'm considering is, like, no thrumming. I don't know, though, because it's like, it just puts a bunch of Tempest Hawks onto the board. That's like more Anthem, maybe. It's hard. It's hard to. I don't know. Because like, look, you go turn 1, you go Momo. Turn 2, you go Tempest Hawk. The Momo swings for 2. Turn 3. And there are some Anthem effects in it. It's just there's not a lot of slots in the deck when 24 of them are Hawks. Play Tempest Hawk. Swing Tempest Hawk and Momo. Find Tempest Hawk. Turn 4. We could board wipe, leaving our Tempest Hawks alive. We got removal ready. We could set up Remembrance to get more Tempest Hawks. Oh, this makes me very happy. I think this deck is real stupid. And I think I think it would be a lot of fun. Turn 1, Momo. Turn 2, Tempest Hawk. Swing Momo for 2. Turn 3, here's a 3-Tree City. We got options. We can stroke Midnight. Here's one of the Anthem effects. Skyhunter Strike Force, which does cost less because of Momo, gives all of your creatures melee. So really, this is 2 mana. All my Hawks get +3/+3. The Flare of Fortitude is really nice because you can always sack Hawk. Like this, I think this deck is great. And I plan, even though I originally only built it for the short, I think this is good for the show. Could use Purge Protection. It probably could. I really struggled with what I wanted in the deck because of there being so few slots available. Because like the big ones, I know it needed ways to stop board wipes, because like, I guess it's decent at rebuilding from a board wipe since one Tempest Hawk can become many Tempest Hawks, but you're not like developing a ton. I gave it a little interaction with like Aven Interrupter, some Anthem effects. Delmy might be overdoing it. But I also liked finding utility creatures that had flying. You know, so far it seems really good here. I wanted, so it has 3 one-sided board wipes. I needed some sort of removal and stuff. I don't know, it was tough. Island Sanctuary is very funny to me. I'm in the way. I'm in the way of the cards. Oops, that's not. Let's not move that window. Let's move me. Island Sanctuary. So you can skip your draw, and then you can't be attacked by creatures unless they have flying or island walk. Simple cards that give creatures +2/+2 and untaps them. Yeah, what, Rally of Wings? Like, that's the thing, is like the slots were so tight. Like, it might get tweaked a little bit, but I do feel like it's more of the Momo way to just like, put these cards in a deck. I'm not gonna think about it anymore. Let's play. Whew. All right, everybody. I think it's been a good stream. I'm gonna call it here. A nice deck tech from Targ for this Kamari deck. A lot of discussion on the changes and discussion about Commander from the format panel. And I got to show you this deck. Who's twitching right now? Who's streaming? Oh, you know what? I never get to send you all over to Mauled, so that's what I'll do. Well, we need a thing. We need a thing to spam his chat with. Hold on. We need a thing to spam his chat with. Here, just spam his chat with that. Copy paste Mo Money Mohawk. Are you all ready? All right. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for an excellent stream. You know where to find me every Wednesday, pretty much. We'll be doing these deck techs and deck builds and whatever else is cool. See you all next time.